Yo. What is good? I'm just gonna like fine-tune shit today, I think. There's a bunch of shit that needs to be made better. I might even redo the main character's entire model and animations and stuff at some point. Just slightly. The camera's all fucked. If I go into first person and then come out of it, then like I can turn around, which is not what we want. Because then it's like weird to bunny hop. You can't do it from like this angle. What the fuck? See, I can see the camera, which should not be possible. So I need to fix all that. Okay. So we'll get on that. I don't think that should be too hard to do. Now, where did I put that? J. Interesting. Let's see. Okay. So I just added that to test it. I could get rid of all that later. Let me write that down. So, remove key events when game is finished. What else do we got? Okay. Okay, so I would actually want to get to add a master component for this. Use controller rotation yaw. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay, so that's probably within the mesh. Or the camera. Capsule. Player. I see. The pawns y'all will be updated. Okay. Do I need this? Let's see. Okay. Controller rotation, yeah. Can I just do it like this? Let's see. Okay, so that won't work. Okay. So why is that happening? New active, new active. Boom, boom. Oh. Auto activate. Why is it asking me this? I didn't open anything. Ignored. Do I need to add a spring arm? I feel like I don't need the spring arm for the first person one. Because it's just supposed to help with, like when the camera bumps into shit behind you, it'll like bring it closer to your character instead of going through the wall. So what happens maybe if I copy all the settings from the TP camera to the FP camera? Except for like, you know, distance and all that shit. Field of view 90, field of view 77. What happens if I turn this to 90 as well? First off, I know this is literally not what I was here for, but I always feel like wider field of view is better. So yeah, like when you do the third person spring arm, if you look up, the camera comes in instead of clipping through the water and going underneath it, which is way better. Wait, I know you could do this. You could just change directions. And keep your speed. That's kind of sick, actually. So I did something with the character where the more speed you get, the higher he's able to jump, which in theory is kind of cool, but I think actually making levels around that might be a little like inconsistent. Let's see. Reset, what does this do? What does should activate? Okay, anyway. Use pawn control rotation. What does this mean? What happens if I turn this on TP camera? Okay. So it's bad for this. And then it fucks up with this. Why is that happening? It's like turning off absolute rotation. It's gotta be the spring arm then. Or maybe on begin play it does something. It's so annoying. I have to like remember what I'm doing here. Boost. Oh boy. I'm gonna have to organize some of this stuff a little bit, I think. What does this do? What the fuck? Two wants to reset. Okay. Put this up here. Get forward back there. Extra forces. Launch velocity. Actor location. Do you want... This is the same sheet. Okay. This probably isn't necessary, and this probably isn't necessary, but I'm going to leave it for now, because this isn't what we're really working on at the moment. Event boost from weapon interface. So the boost is probably in this right here. Or not probably, it's definitely in one of these hitboxes. Fountain boost. Boom. Okay. Does range matter? I gotta start commenting everything out. I probably made this so that way I could just use this boost wherever it's needed. Okay, so true. Is character in range? So let's see. Power, look direction, boost. Boost sound. Active begin overlap. box active. Oh, right. I forgot these are exposed variables. Okay. So if they're in the seam and I click on this, then I can change all this. Now playing simulation. Will Boost be controlling a Niagara simulation? And this is where I get to choose. And if it's a look direction boost, then it checks the look direction of the character and boosts him forward. Okay. I understand a little bit better what the fuck I even did. Z offset. Now what does this mean? Particle amount. I might want to remove the Niagara stuff later because that stuff is too heavy. I figured out. Okay. Okay, so this is okay, I see what I did. So this is for like the pipes here. So I could have the boost only work once in a while. Does range matter? I don't know what that's implying. Okay. So I'm just gonna write here, on overlap, checks for values given to exposed variables in the current scene. Checks for values given to exposed variables on each instance of this actor. Okay. So this does what it's supposed to. And then it gets the Niagara reference. From other sheets that's already here. Gets Niagara ref from current scene must must manually okay. Niagara ref. Right. Okay. We chillin'. Now, on begin play. Sets. Okay. Checks if sim is to be played from exposed variable settings. Okay. Event stop particles. Start particles. Okay. Playing simulation true. If it's paused, set on paused. Okay. Look direction, boost power. Boom, boom. Okay. I'll have to do this at some other point, I think. Let's see. Burst. Boom. Start particles. Play between bursts. Stop particles. Okay. Okay. If in range where particles in play starts particles and sets proper settings such as delay between bursts and boost direction. If out of range where particles can play, stops all particle emissions. Okay, now at least when I come back here, I kind of will have a better idea of what the fuck is going on. Anything else? Does range matter? If yes, then is the character in range? Plays on delay, false. Playing simulation, false. Okay. Checks if character needs to be in range of a hitbox in order for the boost to be active. This is not the same as the hitbox that actually triggers the boost. So basically, there's a large hitbox that's around a specific area, and if you're in that area, then it activates all of the hit boxes, so that way if you run into the smaller ones, then the boost activates. So it basically just saves performance until you're in like this larger hitbox, and then it turns on all the boosts once you're within that range, and then once you exit that range, it turns them back off. Okay. So now gets values from boost hitboxes in scene. Okay, and it even gets all that from inside the boost. Okay. Not bad, not bad. Okay, and the sound comes from the boost as well. So I can set the sound to myself. Okay. So all this stuff actually makes sense. My brain is just melting. Okay. So this shit is still broken. So what is it doing right now? So it works fine. Then I hit P. It works not fine. And then if I hit P again, it works not fine. And then this is from the animation master component. All this absolute rotation stuff. So what is happening here exactly? First person. What is this? What is this checkbox doing? So I have the FP camera and the TP camera. And then the spring arm. Use pawn control rotation. This one does not use pawn control rotation. But it doesn't matter because the spring arm does. Okay. Okay, where is begin play? Let's start with that. Oh, it's somewhere. Begin play. Makes the timer. What the? Enables the speedometer. Sets all of the default stuff. from the character movement. Sets checkpoint location immediately. Got it. So is walking. Okay, is walking just means like is on the ground basically. Looks near. This just like turns the head of the character, which I'm not sure is even active right now actually. I think that was from the last project that I was doing. Jump Z velocity. Okay, so this is the stuff where okay. So this is, I'm going to change this later. The faster the character is moving, the higher the jump velocity it has. So that's simple stuff. I don't know if I want to keep this though, because it's a little inconsistent if I'm going to be making levels that require you to go a certain speed in order to make a certain jump. That might be frustrating, and I think people might not know that you jump higher the faster you move, if not explicitly told. So I'm going to think about this. Think about this and see if it is a good idea. Just for future reference there. This is all stuff for the other game. I would like to, I think I might add a multiplayer for this. For like races, maybe. I feel like that would be cool. But I might make it so that way there's no collision between characters, so that way you can't fuck each other up, because that might be annoying if you're going like full speed and you just slam into someone who's like slowing you down. Scoreball, what's good? How you doing? Yeah, I'm just working on polishing some game movement stuff right now. Kotagi, what's going on? Yeah, I just went through some shit that like I forgot exactly what I did. Like I had this graph here, which is like basically it's boosts around the map. So like if I hit play, you see these red hitboxes here? If I hit play, and I make my way over there. Then it boosts me into the sky. And I had that set up, but I don't remember exactly like what I was doing when I made that. So I was looking at all this shit here, and I had no comments, and I literally just, I was like, what did I even do? What are all of these like variables and where are they coming from? And I had no comments here, so I just had to go back and see what the fuck I even did. So basically it was checking for values that were like unexposed variables. So for each instance of the hitbox that I spawn in here, I'm able to change the variable manually on the side here. So that way I can like have each boost be unique for whatever map it is. And I forgot that I did that. So I had to go back in and like just comment everything out. So if I ever come back here again, I know exactly what I did. And yeah, I made it like super customizable so I could do whatever I want with it, which is kind of lit, but I had no idea what the fuck I was looking at for a little bit there. I ain't no hoe, but you're definitely hogging my right earbud. Right? Oh, I have to hit the mic. Brace yourself. It should be good now. It should be good now. Facts, that's why I don't bother trying to make variable names short. Just make that shit say what it is. Facts, though. Yeah, but well, the thing is, I did make it say what it is, but I still had no idea what the fuck I was even doing. I don't know why my mic does that, by the way. Sometimes it just goes like one channel, and I have to hit the mic, and then it fixes itself. It's actually really funny. All right, yeah. So now I know what the boosts are doing. So, but basically, what I was trying to do is, so basically, I want to be able to have a button where I could swap between first and third person. And I had it working so that way first person worked when I hit the button, but then when I went back to third person, it didn't work. And now when I go into first person, it also doesn't work. And then when I go back into third person, it also doesn't work. So I need to figure out how to fix that. Like you could see where the camera and everything, and I'm like, I don't know what I even did. Because you can't really bunny hop when you're like looking at the screen like this. Like it's a little scuffed up. So, but if I just start it normally, then it's like the rotation of the camera and the character is the same. So bunny hopping is nice and easy peasy. You taught your dog a new wrestling move? Can he armbar you? People would pay a lot to see a dog armbar you. Just telling you. Let's see. Okay, so now I have to figure out what I have to do to make the cameras work, right? Yeah, I need to have the camera be behind at all times. At first, I didn't think I was going to have to when I was first creating the project. But then I'm like, wait a second, like it's literally impossible to bunny hop otherwise. So, so basically what I have over here is all it's doing is setting the first person camera active and the third person camera as not active. And it's doing a flip-flop, so if I hit P again, it goes back and sets the third person camera active and the first person camera not active. But for some reason, that's fucking up the absolute rotation. And the absolute rotation is set up here in the animation master component. And that's just set up here. But I don't know how the animation master component is interacting with the third person camera or the spring arm. I don't remember how I set that shit up. Aim socket name. Camera based. It is camera based. Maybe that's what it is. Aim socket name. Hand R head. Bruh. If you wanted to do a more traditional third person option, then I think you'd have to combine the A and D keys so that they both strafe and turn in their direction at the same time. I see what you're saying. Like it would be hardwired so that A and D is left and right rather than relative to the camera, right? But I already have everything set up correctly. I just need to figure out like why it's camera based at first, but as soon as I change camera, it's no longer camera based anymore. I feel like I had this set up already, but something happened. Is TP camera on a socket? It is not on a socket. What about this one? FP camera not on a socket. What about the spring arm? Spring arm is socketed to the root. And it's using pawn control rotation. And it's auto-activated. Auto-activated? Not auto-activated. Do I need to make another spring arm for the first person camera? Like, that doesn't really make sense, but aim socket. What auto activate? What if I auto activate this? Is the player code only checking for a specific camera and not the camera currently being used? That's what I'm thinking. I might have to hold on, wait. I might have an idea. Set add a master component. Set up FPP. How does it know though? First person aim offset. First person. Set AGR. Set up rotation. Absolute rotation. And then this stuff doesn't matter with absolute rotation. Let's see. Oh. We did it, boys. We did it, boys. You could even see your legs. This is like next-gen game design shit. They just figured out how to do this. Imagine being able to see your arms and legs in-game. It's crazy. Okay, so that was literally all it was. I just had to set up the rotation each time. I don't know why that value would change when I'm swapping between cameras, but... And we have this homie. Hair impeccable. Yeah, it's just his knees bending, though. But it does look like that. Now, so, like, I really... Here's the thing, right? Hold on, wait. So there's a couple things I'm debating. So I have the homie here, right? He's lit and all, but like he's kind of fucked at the same time. Like you see the shoulder joints and the elbow joints and stuff. I do weight painting and like modeling and stuff miles better now. So I'm debating, like, I really like the design of this guy, so I'm gonna make it exactly the same design-wise. But I'm just gonna, like, fix up the elbows and the shoulders and shit. And then, like, retexture them. But is that like, or do I just keep him fucked, like, completely? Because, like, I don't know, I feel like that's just a bad look if I'm trying to release something and the main character's, like, all fucked like this. But at the same time, it's kind of a vibe. So... I don't know. And, because, like, you have this guy who's, like, all fucked up and shit. And then you have the homie who's, like, all pristine and lit and, like, an actual character. Oh, you're not used to the dude having a face? This guy? Did he always have a face, or did my dumbass just forget about that on your birthday? What, this guy? The main character? He always had a face. He had a face, aviator goggles, and a cig. Good old Bogue. Fucked joint geometry is chilling. Like, I understand that, but... I'm debating it. I might do the kind of thing where... I do think I might have to remodel him. But I'm not going to go ham. Like, I'm not going to make him, like, high poly or anything like that. He's staying, like, shitty, low poly stuff. But, like... It's such a catch-22 thing, you know? It's like he was here first. And I also know how to, like, do the low poly, not the low poly, the low fidelity texturing a little bit better, too. It would probably be very similar to this, but there's just a little bit of stretching and stuff that does not need to be there. Like, he would be UV'd a lot better. Because do you remember when I was doing the overtly doing the thing that 99% of Blender internet people despise is an extremely power move? That is true. That is absolutely true. But like, I don't know. Like, remember when I was doing all the skyscrapers? Like, that was probably like 9 months ago now. When I was modeling all the skyscrapers and then I was UVing all of them. Like, that was basically me forcing myself to get better at UVing. And now if I was to redo all those skyscrapers, they would be UV'd completely differently. You know? So it's like in just that time, I feel like I kind of know what I'm doing a lot better now. And then I thought I knew what I was doing, you know? So I don't want to just get into this endless loop of like, oh, I can do it better now. And then like, I just keep redoing stuff over and over and over again. But like, it's to a significant degree. You know what I'm saying? Oh, listen, dude, artists in general are autistic. Like, that's just how this shit works. You just have to, like, I don't know. Like, all people in the art field are autistic in one way or another, but you have to pick and choose about what you're truly autistic about. And if you can't pick and choose that, then, you get yourself in some issues, you know? It's easy to forget the things normal people value. I'd say go for it if it bothers you personally. See, that's facts. Because that's all that goes through my head. It's like I want this to be a game that people will enjoy first and foremost. I don't really care about what other devs think of this shit. I just care about like what people are going to think, who are going to actually play the game. Which is why I'm trying to make it like unique and cool and like something that hasn't been made within the past 5 years, you know? Because like this plant dude, he's kind of high fidelity, but not really. He's still, I would consider him low poly still. Um, like if you go down, whoops. Like all this shit, you could see like the hard angles of everything. All this shit too. He's only like a couple, like not even a couple thousand polys, so. But then the main character is like fucking 100. Whoops. Why did all my windows just minimize? But at the end of the day, you're not trying to impress 3D autistas, you're impressing normal people. Normal people don't genuinely care about deformations that much, especially when they aren't there for a super long time. That is true. If a normal person is saying your animations are shit, and they mention weird deformation caused by the geometry, like, that is possible. Because some people, like, that's the thing. People look at games sometimes, people who play games, and they're like elitist about even playing games. So they'll open up a game and be like, oh, the animations are shit, the textures are shit, and then they'll close it, which is like cringe. And on one side, I don't want those types of people to be playing. But on the other hand, like if it keeps a certain portion of them around, then that would be good too. They mention that because they don't like the animation, and that's the first thing they can personally see when they pause and go frame by frame. That makes sense. I think I'm going to adjust them. But what I might do is I might keep the original model and just rework the original instead of starting from scratch. Like, just add more geometry on the wrists and elbows, re-weight paint it. I wanted to mess with the mouth a little bit because it's, like, super stretched in the face area. re-UV it, and then retexture it with like the same shit. Bruh. Why does my mic keep doing this? I don't know why my mic does this. Cringe. Maybe it's from me talking into like one side of it as I'm leaning forward. I actually have no clue. Because otherwise I think the mic's fine, but... Alright, I'll probably fuck with the main character's model at some point a little bit. Okay, so we at least we got one thing done already, which is fixing the camera. Camera is working. I actually wish I had a mic that I occasionally had to beat the shit out of. Yeah, facts though. You don't get this from the dollar store, you know. I'm using the SM57 because I don't have the money for the SM7B, so I'll take the SM57. This shit's $100. Plug that right into an interface, it's good to go. I got the most Chinese interface you could possibly get, and it's been working since I got it, so... Okay. So we got the camera vibing and working. So that's good. What else did I want to do? I wanted to tune movement. So let's see. Where's the event graph? Boom. So, okay. Over here. Now tell me if you think this is a good idea or not. I have it so that the faster the character is moving, the higher your jump velocity gets. So I have like a clamp range. So that way, starting at 800, the jump velocity is 1,000. And when it gets up to 10,000 velocity, then the jump velocity is 3,000. But I don't even know if this is a good idea, because it's kind of like inconsistent if you have to be moving a certain speed to be able to clear some obstacles and stuff. I could see people like bashing their head against the wall and just like not understanding that they have to go a specific speed to like do a specific thing or something like that. So I'm not sure if that's even a good idea. Because then it also makes the jump timing for bunny hopping inconsistent. Also considering that I'm going to make like a hard mode where there's no auto jump. Because there's also going to be a bunch of other shit like, you know, different abilities and stuff. So I don't know. Because the thing is, if I start making levels while I have that, then I'm locked in. You know what I'm saying? So long as the map is designed around the minimum height. Without the auto jump, that would be an issue. Facts. Yes. See, that's like my that's my thinking. Because like by default, the auto jump is going to be on, but there's going to be like hard mode where there's no auto jump, and that's where like the pro CS gamers get in and start fucking going ham. So you know what? I could turn it off temporarily while I design stages and shit, and then reconnect it later. Because it also feels like you're going faster without it. And it's always consistent, the timing of landing. Making different modes that emulate the way different games b-hopping feel would be so gassy. With this game, I'm trying to make it feel I don't want to say as close to Counter-Strike had it as possible, but I want to take like the essence of the bunny hopping from Counter-Strike, basically. Without is probably best just for this case. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. All right. So at least, okay, so that's settled for now. So I have a bunch of shit wrote down in notes that I'm like, just like, you know, trying to check off. So one other thing I need to look into is, so I know I just fixed the first and third person camera, but I need to look into how to make the camera make it feel like you're going fast when you're going fast. Because like in racing games and stuff, they'll like zoom out the camera a little bit when you're going like super fast and shit. The unique thing about b-hopping is the player has something to do that isn't a discrete gimmick. Yeah. Definitely. Bro, my whole computer's fucking seizing up right now. Isn't a discrete gimmick, yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, that's like the whole point is the bunny hopping, so I'd want it to be as consistent and like tight as possible, I think. But yeah, I need to look into the third-person camera a little more and then revisit that, I think. A large part of post-Enlightenment platformers is trying to have some mechanic that gives the player something to do in the air. That's facts. And I'm not trying to go all Ratchet and Clank where you get like glides and shit like that, you know? But I would like some abilities that don't directly alter the core of the movement of the game. You see what I'm saying? So, well, I guess they would be altering it, but like in a positive way. It wouldn't be like fundamentally changing it, is what I'm saying. So like, I already have rocket jumping implemented, basically. So if I'm jumping around, like it kind of boosts you, not to any insane degree though. And also I'm going to make it so that way you need to have ammo for your rocket jump. So it'll be the kind of thing where like you're sprinting through the map, you pick up a rocket, then all of a sudden you're coming up against like a huge gap and you have like one rocket to shoot in order to clear the gap. And then you keep moving and you'll pick up like another piece of ammo or maybe 2 pieces of ammo. So that way you have to shoot one rocket in one spot, one in another to clear something specifically. You know? Bro, yes, that's what I'm saying. That's the one thing I don't have coded for this, is I don't think surfing functions the right way. Which is kind of unfortunate. It would have to be something where it's almost like a wall running. I could probably do something where it's like, it's not actually based off of like the movement, the raw movement, like math or whatever, but it's like kind of like how they implement wall running, where you're like in a separate state. So I could do the kind of the thing like you're doing in your game, where it's like I cast a ray to check the angle of the grounds that I'm on, and if it's over a certain angle, then I start sliding and then gaining speed. But I don't know how I would make that feel good. It would be hard to do because what you're trying to recreate, what is ultimately a bug. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So, I mean, pretty much half of this shit is what is pretty much a bug. That's what b-hopping is too, honestly. It's just like truncating two velocity values on an angle, and like it's accidentally going over the cap of what it's supposed to be. That's all b-hopping is. Oh, I think I figured out. It's crazy to me how universal b-hopping is. I mean, it really depends on what engine you're using. The thing is, a lot of older games use just a modified version of the Quake engine, which is why you have like you have b-hopping in Quake, but then you also have the COD 4 thing, where like you could jump out from behind a corner, while pressing like specific movement keys, and you do like an extra long jump, and that's how people do those like crazy like out from behind cover quick scopes and shit like that. Like, nobody learns about b-hopping. There's just something in the human brain that tells you to do it. Yeah, it's the same thing like in Zelda, in Ocarina of Time. Like, rolling makes you a tiny, tiny bit faster, so you just do it all the time. But the way Counter-Strike does b-hopping is so unique in the Source engine compared to everything else. So the first level of the game. I think I have an idea now. Okay, so this was supposed to be the first level. The highway that goes into a waterfall. What I'm going to do, I think I'm going to make this the second level. Because it just makes more sense story-wise. Because what I was going to have is have this the first level and be the second level like a railway on the ocean. But the thing is, the third level is going to be a subway station underneath the water. And then at the end of the third level, you come out the side of the waterfall and into another town. So I think I'm going to make the first level the ocean railway. And then the second level be the highway with the cars going off the side of the waterfall. And then the third, and then from there on, then it's like, oh, the third level is the subway, and then the fourth level you come out the side of the waterfall. It just makes more sense chronologically. I think that'll solve all the issues I have with like ordering the shit. Because the first level I want to be like you learn to breathe underwater from the plant dude. And then once you deliver the plant dude to his destination, which is going to be like his pod racer thing that his homie's in, then you have the robber dude, who you meet him at like you basically drop off the plant dude at this area, which is going to be the world's largest gold bar, and you meet the robber guy who's trying to take a piece of the world's largest gold bar, and he hops on your back and points a gun at your head the whole time, while you take him to a bomb that he left at one of the bridges. Then when you get to one of the bridges, he kicks the bomb off the bridge as to not explode the bridge, but accidentally blows a hole into the subway station. Then you go into the subway station to save the rats, and at the end of that you jump out the side of the waterfall, where you end up at a different town. And I feel like that makes a lot of sense to me now. Let me write that shit down. And then Kid Buu comes back, yeah. I'm just thinking about what I should do next here. A level transition where he needs to get to the other side of the planet, so he just starts digging. Hmm. Ah, my eyes. I hate that Google Docs is like pure white. Okay. So I pretty much have a story, quote unquote, written out. Very basic. But I think I can make it more in depth with the same, shitty plot points and stuff, but like written good. Um Hold on. How many levels do I have right now? So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then 8 would be a bonus level. I want the last 2 levels to be way harder than the rest of the game. And I'm just gonna hope that people have 2 hours of playtime before they get there. But I am thinking about another part of the story, which is later on. So basically, after you get out of the waterfall and you land in the town, you have to take this girl customer to a ramen shop. That's like basically the point of that town. And then at that ramen shop, you run into an alien dude who doesn't pay his bill at the ramen shop, and the chef asks you to chase after the alien. So you go and chase after the alien, who's in a UFO, into the woods. And in the woods, you run the alien into the side of like a cave with the UFO. And out of the cave comes a bear who's pissed because he caused rocks to pile in front of his cave by hitting into it with the UFO. So he gets on your back, and now you're chasing down the alien, right? But I initially had the story so that we're somewhere in between the town and after the forest, somewhere around there. I wanted there to be like a military base level, but I don't know if that fits in well at this point. Like, I know military base works with the alien and stuff like that, But I'm gonna have to figure out a way to like shoehorn like some military shit into the alien shit if I want that to work. And I don't know how aesthetic that can realistically be unless I kind of make it like Metal Harbor in Sonic, where everything's just like, you know, there's just jets and ships and fucking metal stuff all over. But I don't know how to smoothly integrate that into the story. Gotta think about this. Another thing I wanted to do, I wanted to see, well, first off, I want to add like a race mode, so that way you can hop in with your friends and like race on each of the levels. I feel like that would be fun and like simple enough to do, I guess. But another thing I wanted to do is figure out if I can add like in games like Trackmania or some of the other racing games, there's a system where like the best time on a map, you can see like a ghost of a character replaying their run, and you could race against the ghost. So that way, like, you can play for, you could basically race against, like, the best time for a map or something like that. I don't know how I would go about implementing that, but I feel like that's an option. Let me write a couple things down. Let's see. Boom, boom, boom. I need to decide whether to have military base level. I need to see if I can implement multiplayer racing / racing against Ghost of best time for a level. Demos for this game would be crazy. You mean like releasing a demo for the game? I am planning on releasing a demo for the game. I think it'll probably just be the first level, like the first world, you know? So probably like 7 levels, roughly. Gameplay demos. What do you mean by that? Like when you record. Oh, yeah. Definitely. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, basically. But it'll be like live, so that way when you're in a level, you could basically go up against like the best time for a level. So, but just to make it clean, what I'm gonna do is you have to beat a level in order to unlock the ability to have a ghost run through the level with you. It isn't literally recording, it's just keeping track of every player's inputs and then replaying the inputs. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's something I would probably have to look into. I definitely want to add it. I just have to like figure it out, and that's gonna take some YouTube research. Also, any watchers, if you wouldn't mind dropping me a sub, I'd super appreciate it. We've been getting some shit done today. I feel like I want to make gravity slightly higher, but I feel like it's already in a semi-good spot, so... Actually, you know what? I think it's fine. I'm like trying to mash it to like be similar-ish to what CS would be. I really do need to figure out how to fine-tune the third-person camera to make it look more aesthetic and polished, though. Okay, so I think I'm going to make the first level be an ocean railway. And that's going to be kind of lit. I should probably come up with some like some pre-first level lore. Like, I don't want to add like a crazy cutscene that's going to waste everyone's time. But just a little bit of something, you know, would be nice. Like a 5-second something or other before the game starts. 5 to 10 seconds probably of some prologue. Also, I gotta come up with like some level designing. Like actual like map design for the different levels. I gotta start with that shit too. I like to do that stuff in like 2D. So that way, it's easier to like imagine in 3D space. Because I tried doing like gray boxing stuff, where you just create, you know, cubes in the 3D scene and just kind of like set it up. But when I was doing it like 2D blueprints instead, it kind of like just made more sense in my head before laying it all out in 3D. Ooh, should I do the black hole shit now for this dude? Does he even need it? He kind of already looks kind of shady and chill like that, you know? Oh, I know what I could do right now. I could start doing the UVs for this dude. I still didn't do any of that shit. Alright, so I need, let me think about how I'm gonna do the UVs here and how many shells I'm gonna need. So for the actual character, I've got both arms, the head, and the legs/chest. And that would be one full UV shell. Then for the other UV shell, I could do all of the hairstyles. Okay. Here's what I'll do. On one UV shell, I'll do the entire base character and all of the fruits. And then all of the hairstyles and the plants will be on a separate UV shell. Because I'm just thinking, like, there's a lot of tubage going on the hairstyles, so that might take up a lot of texel density of the main mesh. Okie doke. Let's see, what do we got? Okay, so these are detached, so that's fine. Uh, okay. So I think that should be fine. Actually going to clear these seams. And I'm going to put a seam on top on the inside instead. So there is an inside of this as well. Oh. We'll probably find out on the end at the end whether I got all the right seams. What in the... Okay, these little guys are kind of fucked, but that's fine. We'll get these little dangly bits later. Are they even in the one in here? Can't get that close. It does not look like the dangly bits are on the flowers here, so I'll have to fix that. Liddy. Whoops. So, do these have any thickness to them? It does look like they have thickness. Yikes. Oh, I see. Okay. That should be good. Don't have to mark that seam. I will have to... let's see. Okay. Yeah, I could do that. Okay. I'm gonna have to do this twice, which is kind of cringe. At least now it'll unwrap correctly. Boom, boom. So we don't have to bother with that one. What about this? Okay, we don't have to bother with this one either. Where does this go? So, what the fuck? Okay. I'm like optical illusioning myself with this UV setup. I think this and this should connect cleanly. So how do these and these connect? It hurts. uh, okay. Good Kotagi. Make some good shit with them. Make some good shit with them. What in the fuck is this geometry here? Oh. Pretty sure one of the ones that I sent you, I've used in a beat before at some point. Of all the models I sent you, I'm glad it were the two that were the biggest pain in the ass to get looking right. Anytime, anytime. Yeah, if there's anything where it'd be beneficial to have like autism brain, it's definitely UVing and topology. You know? It's crazy how a melody slash progression can sound so bad right up until you put some drums over it, and then it becomes fire. Honestly, it works both ways. A lot of times a bass line sounds shit on its own until you put a melody over it too. IDK where I'd be without topolitism right now? Oh, topolitism. Yeah. No, I feel that. I feel that. So the bottom is a square. The front is one piece. The back is... What is the back? I can't really, like, decipher what I'm looking at here. I don't think the back even exists. Okay. I think that's it then. But what is this connected to right here? What in the fuck am I looking at? Uh, All right, let's do a quick test here. Okay. That is like 90% good. Okay. That makes sense. This is the only other thing that's a little what we call fucky wucky. Okay. I see what's going on here. So I want this to match up with one of the edges. So like this, maybe? Yeah, that looks like it would work nice and nice. Okay, and then one more. One more piece of cringe right over here. Aha. Let's see if this is better now. There we go. Anything else all jumbly? This is a little jumbly. What do we got here? I think this is actually fine now that I think about it. Let's see. If I take this. And I move it. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So this is just to check that everything's UV'd properly in the area. This is nowhere near what the final UVs for this piece is going to look like, but it's just to make sure that I have no overlapping mesh in the UV map for the foot there. So that's a nice. That is the most you know, fucked piece of the mesh, I think. So now guess what I have to do next? Guess what's next? I gotta do the other one. Uh-oh. That's that good shit. How are the viewers doing on this fine evening, by the way? Anyone vibing, chilling? Let's see. Sorry, hold on one sec. Kotagi. Why did that guy block you in Torball's Discord? That shit's mad funny. Okay, on to the next leg. He's like actually Tism in real life. Gotcha. Gotcha. That's fair. Wait, that actually would be mad funny if he did that. It would be BM, but funny at the same time. Yeah, yeah. Dude, I like getting pictures of my bird from an angle that's like below him because he looks so strong, like he would beat your ass up. You know, like the worm's eye view. That's what it is. I also like how with my bird, you can see both of his eyes from the front of his head and also from the back of his head. And it's just really funny for some reason. Alright. Sorry, I like bird posting sometimes. Whoa, why is oh, never mind. Okay. So, I would want, whoa, hello. So that's the inner and the inner from below is what we're looking at here. Okay. Inner from below. Feather is R word, but you can say feather. Facts though. Whoops. That's not what I wanted to do. I'm getting distracted. What the hell? Sorry, hold on. What? Sorry, no, I just saw... again, I'm getting fucking distracted again. I just saw a Counter-Strike clip on... I just saw a Counter-Strike clip on Instagram where he ninja defused the bomb and the guy had the AWP. And he kept peeking and shooting with the AWP as he was defusing. But while he was defusing, he kept re-picking up the AWP and dropping it. So the bullet that the guy who was shooting at him with hit the AWP that he was throwing. And he did it 3 times in a row. And he shot the gun that was in the air, blocking it from hitting him 3 times in a row. That's kind of ridiculous, actually. That guy probably uninstalled instantly. Okay. Sorry about that. Got mad distracted there. That was a crazy clip. Okay. So we got this piece. Boom. The Okay, so what did I do for the inside of this one? Probably, yeah, right there. Okay. Mark scene. Cool. Mixing the gameplay between CSGO and TF2 would be fun as shit, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, honestly, I think TF2 is the best game of its kind, in my opinion, when it comes to like the team based what do they call it? Like, you know how like there's the type of game where it's not like Counter-Strike where everyone's the same. It's the type of game where everyone chooses their own character and goes into game, and each character has like different abilities and stuff like that. I think TF2 has the most balanced version of that, minus all of the shit that they added that has like different stats and stuff. Like if you just use the base weapons, I think TF2 is the most balanced compared to like Overwatch or Paladins or any of those other fucking clones. It's because the team class shit isn't the gimmick. Yeah, exactly. It's just like that's just how the game plays, you know. Whereas over like I feel like all the games where the developer just keeps adding characters over time, just keeps adding new characters and stuff. Like, yeah, that's hype, and people are like, oh damn, new character just dropped, we gotta try it out. Like, that's cool and all. But you're making the game worse by doing that because you're like destroying the balance over time. That's why League is in such a sorry state right now, because like in League of Legends, they just keep adding characters, and now there's like 200 of them. And you're supposed to know the interactions between every character and every other character. Like, it's just physically impossible. You cannot make a balanced game like that. It's crazy. And Overwatch has run into the same issue. I think Valorant eventually is going to run into that issue as well. Which is why I prefer just like bare bones. Like, I like Counter-Strike. I like TF2 is solid. Counter-Strike, everyone just is the same. And you just have your nades. That's your utility. And Valorant, like, you have a million different characters with like a bunch of different orb abilities. Everything's a fucking sphere. There's a lot of verticality. You could blow yourself up to the sky and like shoot back down. It's like, I don't know. Right now people are bitching, saying Sniper is overpowered and Spy is underpowered. I mean, TF2 in its current state is a little fucked just because of the fact that like there are different items that you can pick up that have different like that has like different power. Like you can pick up a different rocket launcher that's better than the base rocket launcher, you know. Whereas like the gimmick of the character is supposed to be, oh, this is the guy with the rocket launcher, not which rocket launcher does the guy have, you know. It takes insane technical skill to be OP with Sniper. Yeah, the Sniper's lit. I feel like Spy is perfectly fine as well. I mean, the only thing with Spy is just like, you have pyros who just like, they'll run out of base just spamming the flamethrower. So that way any spies get hit like on their way, you know? The current items right now are very well balanced. Yeah, it really depends. It really depends. I prefer when the shit that is variable is all cosmetic, you know? And even then, sometimes it gets all messed up because if you're using an item that's like cosmetically different, then when you play against that person, you're like, what the fuck is going on? What is this? It doesn't look normal. That happens in League a lot with like different skins. Like, people will play a specific skin and it makes all the abilities of his look differently. So you're like walking into an AoE, you think it's like a friendly's AoE, and it turns out it's just like a weird skin version of an enemy's attack, and you just die. And it's like, all right. Spy as a class works because you trade practicality for being objectively very cool and fun. That's true. Make him flashy and cool, so it doesn't really matter that he's weak. That's facts, you know? That's like how, I mean, inadvertently, because Nintendo hates Melee playing, Nintendo hates Melee being played as a competitive game, but Falcon is like the littest character in the game, objectively, pretty much. But he's slightly worse than the top tiers, like Fox and Falco, and shit like that. But he plays so cool that people don't care, and they'll get good with him anyway. What in the... Shit. Oops. Yeah, TF2 is fire. I revisited TF2 like a couple months back. I really don't feel like doing this shit. That's the struggle of you being. Okay. Alright, well, let's see what this looks like. What in the hell is this? you got? Oh. Never got into CSGO, but from the outside, you can appreciate that CS people aren't Vouch adjacent. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I don't know. I've been playing Counter-Strike since Counter-Strike Source. I was playing Counter-Strike Source on a mid-2009 MacBook Pro until Counter-Strike Go came out. And I was even playing Counter-Strike Go on that MacBook for a while until I built my PC in like 2013. I couldn't get into it because you're supposed to stay still to shoot people. That's only if you want to be accurate. If you don't care where your bullets go, just pull out a SMG, use the P90 or the Bison, and just run around and hold down the left mouse button. But if you're trying to like get headshots and shit, then you can rely. Okay, because you're used to shit like Quake and TF2, where you can reliably aim using your movement keys. Yeah, with Counter-Strike, you have to like counter strafe. So like if you come out behind cover, you hold D to get out from behind cover, and then you tap A to stop your movement, and then click, and then your shot's like way more accurate. The only thing about Counter-Strike that I don't like is that your first shot accuracy is never 100% accurate. Your bullet is like between 97 and 99% accurate with a lot of the rifles. And it's like, you're going to hit most of the time, but sometimes even if you aim right, you still miss. And that's the worst part of Counter-Strike, I think. Because then it's like you have the ability to blame the game instead of your own skill. And that gives people like an annoying, like, out. You know what I'm saying? What in the fuck is going on here? We're getting there. Slowly untangling the mess. Or even shit like the op not 100% accurate. I think technically not, but the thing is the op has a scope. So if you zoom in on someone's head and shoot, it'll always hit. If like you're on the head because of just like how far it zooms in. But like if you aim at someone's head from far enough away with like an AK or something, like let's say on Dust you're pit and then someone's on a site, which is like pretty much the distance of the entire map. If you click on their head directly, it's like 97% accurate. So like you'll have a chance of just hitting, of missing because of like the random spread. And that's like cringe. It's like annoying. But then like there'll be times where like you go to the same spot and you get dinked like 4 times by someone who's in pit. And it's just like, what the fuck? Like, how is he hitting it every single time? You know? And then you go and you have the perfect shot lined up and you click and you miss just because of the random accuracy. And the thing is, you don't know if it's the random accuracy or it's just you being shit at aiming. So it's like, it gives you an excuse to be like, oh, that's the game, that wasn't me. And that like kind of hinders you like getting better at actually aiming in the game. And I think that's cringe. People don't really talk about that shit too much either. Like, it's just like part of the game. But it's like, to me, that's annoying as fuck. Bro, what is this fucking octopus bullshit here? Crazy CS people don't bitch about how you can technically be OP with nothing but a dinky little pistol as long as your aim is godlike. Facts. See, I like that though. I like that. I honestly wish that this might be a hot take to people who like are really into how CS is currently, but I think headshots should always be a one-shot kill regardless of what weapon you use. But there is things like head armor in the game, which like it's weird. Depending on what weapon you use, sometimes a headshot isn't always a one-shot kill. Like an AK is always a one-shot kill to the head, regardless of if you have head armor or not. But if you're using the M4, which is the counter-terrorists version of the AK, then it takes 2 shots to the head to kill someone, which is like, I think that's stupid. What the fuck? Well, my computer got carpet bombed by the ATF. That's how I was making my shit, like, in a FPS game. I kept hush hush. That's my whole ass gripe with Fallout New Vegas. It's just that the combat is bullshit. If you get shot in the head, you will die. If you get shot in the chest, you will probably die, but maybe not if you're very lucky. Yeah. It's a good thing New Vegas is so moddable, though. But if it wasn't, I couldn't stand it. New Vegas is my favorite Bethesda game, I think. But all of the Bethesda games are like that, so I know exactly what you're saying. The only reason I think that works in Bethesda type games is because there is like progression with like how good your weapons are. Like, as you get further in the game, you get weapons that are better and do more damage, and you also level up and do more damage that way too, you know? But in a competitive setting, I would completely agree, I think. I think Bethesda sucks dick these days, though. 76 was trash. That new game that they came out with, the space one, that looked horrible. Like, I was hyped for it when they announced it because they showed no gameplay. As soon as they showed gameplay, I lost all interest. I had a few friends that were trying to get me to play it, and I'm like, it's not happening. I'm sorry. I'm just literally not interested at all. I think there's plenty of ways to make weapons better than just upping damage numbers. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. I agree with that. RuneScape does that shit. I mean, there's direct upgrades, but there's also, like, side grades, where, like, sometimes you'll use a different weapon just because it's better in one particular scenario. Or, like, at a particular boss or something like that. But I mostly play the Fallout games because I like the vibes, you know. What the fuck? If you ever do a New Vegas run that's modded to be like realistic damage, I guarantee that shit would be a blast for you. I love it. I love New Vegas. I would love to play it again soon. It's just such a bitch to actually get it to run correctly on the PC now because of how like it's just incompatible with like modern Windows. It's so shit. You have to do so much stuff to get it to run without like crashing and dying, exploding everywhere. Hell yeah. AKY, but blind playthroughs of games are just like 100% the market share nowadays. Yeah. What are we missing here? Is this the last tentacle piece? This may be the last tentacle piece that we got. Any more tentacle pieces? This. All right. Very sick. Very sick. I think that's the other foot. And I did that with like 50% attention span there. So that's nice. Now I don't have to deal with that. It's so much better to me when the Let's Player actually knows shit about the game. Like, I wouldn't give a shit about Pikmin 2 if Chugga Conroy Let's Play didn't have all the lore dumps and fun facts and shit. That's a good point. That's actually a great point. Because, like, I mean, you, in order to, like, enjoy a blinds playthrough of someone, you have to, like, actually really enjoy that person's content initially. And be like, oh, man, I can't wait to see what this guy thinks of this part of the game. And then you watch him. But especially for small, like, YouTubers and stuff like that, I guess that shit don't matter because people who are watching you don't really fucking care who you are. So that makes complete sense. What up, Brookman? YouTube recommending my stream? Hell yes. Well, that's good to see. Just working on this model. I just finished UVing the feet part because this is the most complex part of the model. I already have him in engine, but he's not like textured or anything, so I had to flatten his mesh and everything. He's got a little bit of physics on his hairpiece. Yes, dude, yes. The Tangela head. There's going to be a few different hairstyles that he has. So another Tangela head. You got one that looks more like some sunflower ass shit. This one looked like they got a wig. This one got the pompadour. And then some more Tangela shit. And some of them got plants on the back of their head too. So these homies are gonna help you breathe underwater when there's like water levels. Can this game have some Roggenrollas? That's my favorite Pokemon. Should check out some Yu-Gi-Oh! Plant monsters if you need vegetation inspiration. Will do. Will do. Yeah, I was looking at different, I was basically looking at a lot of Pokemon, honestly, to see what type of ideas they had when they were making plant creatures. And also, I took a little inspiration from the Piantas from Super Mario Sunshine, because that game's fire as hell. But check out some Yu-Gi-Oh! Plant dudes as well. Yeah, these guys are gonna live in like a futuristic city, and what they do is they're able to live symbiotically with the city by absorbing all the smog and turning it into oxygen. So they make this really futuristic industrial city, like super clean to live in as well. These are all based on real life people. I mean, pretty much. I'm sure all these people have had... I'm sure a bunch of different people have had these hairstyles in real life. Except for maybe this one. If someone had this hairstyle, I'd like to see it. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, I just finished UVing the feet. And what UVing is just flattening the 3D mesh into 2D space. So that way you can put a 2D texture over it and it'll, you know, put colors on it when it is in 3D. So I have a lot to go, but we got the hardest part out of the way, which is all of these plants all these leaves overlapping each other in a very small area. So that's nice. The sunflower guy will definitely be throating a car muffler like a lollipop. I wish I could get flattened into 2D space. Fucking me too, dude. Me too. But yeah, so we got some stuff going on. And I did this water shader. I took inspiration from again, Super Mario Sunshine. They kind of have like you could see the sun reflection off the water, and it's based off of distance from the camera. And I did that all in a shader. Let me see if I can pull that up. Here. So it's just like, it's a lot of nodes and shit, but basically what it's doing is it's taking a distance value, which I put here, and it's changing just a noise value that I put in and giving it a specific brightness. And then it's deleting all brightness between two values, so that way only the brightest and the least bright values show through. And then it goes into the opacity value, so most of it is see-through, and then only the lowest and the highest values are not see-through and show on top. And yeah, I think it looks pretty solid. I'm almost getting to the point where I could start building out like actual maps, like levels and shit. So it's gonna be like an arcadey type game, kind of like I don't know if you've played Super Monkey Ball 2, but that game has like different worlds with like 10-ish levels in each world. I'm probably gonna have like 7 levels in each world, and just for different environments. First level is gonna be like a train on the water. The second one is gonna be like an endless waterfall highway where cars are just like driving off a road off the waterfall. And there's going to be a bunch more. It's going to be pretty cool. It's supposed to be like a speedrun type game. So like there's bunny hopping in it, like in Counter-Strike. Where you speed up based off of your strafing. I don't know what I'm going to price this game at when it comes out. I'm thinking somewhere around 20 bucks. $5 in South America and below. True though. Because I mean, they're just gonna pirate my shit anyway, so. But yeah, the only thing I'm probably gonna have to adjust the model of the main character because it's a little fucked at the elbows and stuff like that. A lot of pinching. $70 quadruple A title, facts. Bro, did y'all see the Game Awards? They had Dave the Diver nominated for Best Indie Game. And that shit's not even an indie game. I think like Nexon made it. It's like a massive like Korean game dev company. I think they did like Blue Archive and shit like that too. And they did Maple Story, and they're like, "Yep, this is an indie game." That's crazy shit. Don't know anything about that. You only play OSRS. Facts though. Honestly, me too though. Me too though. If we're being real. OSRS takes up about like 90% of the time I use to play games. There we go. That's kind of what we're looking for. I've been doing IRL work, but still cutting willows. Some call it addiction, I call it dedication. That's facts. I probably should be doing like stars or something on the other monitor, honestly. But that shit distracts me so much sometimes. Plus, I'm like mid-grind on doing squirks in OSRS, so I kind of just like camp my character there. I think once I'm done with the squirks, I'm probably going to focus on the cringe grinds, like agility and RC. Because I've been low RC for way too long on my main. I think I should just get it out the way and get it to 90 at least. You getting blender withdrawal symptoms? Yeah, man. It's rough shit, homie. Whoops. Whoops. Uh-oh. There we go. Cool. I didn't realize how close to being visible this is, but I mean, you're not going to be at his feet looking up like this anyway, so. Scene. How long have I been streaming for, by the way? Let's see. Okay. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna UV up until this piece of mesh here, these two. And then once I get up to like here-ish UV'd, I'm gonna do some drawing shit for a little bit. Because I wanna start like keeping my skills in check a little bit more. Because sometimes I'll go like a month without drawing, and then I feel like I'm all scuffed and shit when I get back to it with the 2D shit. And I want to do the same thing with my beat making as well, because I am abysmal at making music right now. And I was like getting decent a few months back, so I would like to get my skills back in check. So I want to do at least 15 minutes of that per day for each. So once I get to this, I'm going to do a little bit of drawing and then a little bit of beat making. You hyped for the texture work? Dude, that shit's gonna be sick. Most people can do one of the two. What is the one of the two that they're normally able to do? Covering sloppy textures by manually adding details to the model. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you've seen me do texturing before. Or beautiful, oh, I see. Or beautiful texture work with piss-ass models, like one or the other that way. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, my friend John Marco instilled into me good modeling practice. Especially UVing. And people don't realize how, like, having good topology and UVing directly ties into how good your textures are going to be. That's not what I'm looking for here. Oh, that one's already... Oh, wait, no, it's this. Full send shitty graphics all day. That's facts, though. But the thing is, it has to be intentionally shitty. You see what I'm saying? Because, like, I still consider this low poly. Like, I could go way higher poly than this. And go for some high fidelity fucking 8K textures and whatever, and just destroy all of my customers' computers by playing the shit. But I like the aesthetic of, like, garbage graphics, like when technology wasn't as good to handle this stuff. Like PS1/GameCube era graphics and, like, models and shit like that. That is all fire to me. That stuff is so good. So that's kind of like what the inspiration is for a lot of this stuff, you know? Like, look at this guy. This guy's fucked, but, like, there is some charm to it that is kind of lit, you know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't having no 4K textures or anything like that for a lot of this. Because it's easy to be jealous of 2D artists. Like, if they want to add a detail onto a character, they just kind of get to do it without it being, like, a hassle or a big deal at all. But this has me curious what shit I can do that would be hard for them. I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's like a... it's a weird balance because it's like... I find that people who are into 2D art and, like, color theory are, like, insane perfectionists. And, like, they never get to the point where it's just like, oh, this is good enough and it fits the aesthetic, so just send it, you know? They always go too hard into, like, this has to be, like, absolutely pristine, the best thing ever, or, like, okay, I need, like, a specific cel-shaded, like, post process to ship this stuff and to, like, make it unique. Where it's like, you can do something manually and semi-shitty and also still have it be considered high quality, even though it's also shitty, you know? That's like a paradox, but it, that shit, like, just works, you know? Like, there's some old school games that I would still consider to be like masterpieces aesthetically, even though objectively they're kind of fucked in one way or another, you know? Those are good. Also, a huge issue in just the game development scene in general is no one wants to like learn shit that they don't already know. So it's like they hit a roadblock and they do like the most scuffed, like garbage way of doing something possible. And they're just like, well, I don't know how to do it any other way, so that's fine. And it's like, that's not why you should be calling something good enough, because you don't want to learn something. You should learn everything necessary to get like the vibe you're going for. And then once you're there, you're there. You don't have to go crazy with like extra shit, you know? Stay, never learn. Facts. Like that's what a lot of people do, and it tilts me so hard. Because there's like literally just infinite clips of like tutorials of people doing shit. And you just have to like figure out the art of Googling shit in order to make shit good. Like, I don't know. If I don't know how to do something, I look that shit up. People will not do that shit. People will not do that shit these days, especially in the game industry. And it like shows. It shows like massively. It's kind of fucked. Even in AAA studios, it's the same shit. You have people who they learn one thing. They learn either to model, or they learn to animate, or they learn to rig, or they learn to texture. But to learn two of those things, blasphemy. They'll never do it. Never do it in their entire life. And they're like, no, I'm just a specialist. No, you're just fucking lazy. You're just lazy. And that's how art schools teach these people too. Even the school, the college that I went to, they're like, oh yeah, you need to be a specialist in one thing if you want to get a job. Meanwhile, like back when the original Fallout games and Fallout New Vegas and shit were being made, everyone was like a generalist in one way or another. So it would be something where you knew how to texture and you knew how to UV, or you knew how to animate and you knew how to rig, or you knew how to do a little bit of programming and you knew how to do like music design or something like that. And it was like you would have some correlation between other people in the team to be able to like mix what you're doing with what someone else is doing and have it like come together cohesively. But now it's like everyone just kind of does their own thing in these companies, and it shows really bad because you have someone who's modeling, who's doing something completely off from what someone who's doing the programming is doing, and then it like just does not mesh well at all. The gameplay matched the dialogue because the people making it understood both. Exactly, that's the thing. There's this guy, his name is Timothy Kane, and he makes a lot of good game dev videos. He is a developer who worked on the original Fallout games back in the day, and he talks about this issue massively in a lot of his clips, and it's just like kind of eye-opening as to why like games are kind of like fucked right now. Because it's like a game should be the best that they ever are right now, and meanwhile the indie games are the only ones that are like worth playing at the moment. Everything else is like just hobbled together messes, and it's kind of retarded. Nowadays, it's guaranteed that you will like only one or two things about a game, and then the rest is some shit. Yeah, no, that's very true, and unfortunate. Because like we have all the technology to make the good shit now, whereas people, you know, when they were making Melee or something like that, they had so little to work with, you know? Like, they were just getting new technologies and new sound chips and stuff like that. So, like, they were, like, struggling to work with what they had. And now we have all the options in the world, and no one chooses to use it properly. Or in a unique way, at least, you know? Zero people played Jet Set Radio Future and said the characters and story are amazing, but the gameplay is like... Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. What is this? Oh, it's that piece. And this is not UV'd yet, so I deselect. Save this. Alright, lit. That piece is fine, now we gotta do this piece. pretty. So we got like, I would call this a little bit around half, more or less, way done. You being this guy. Considering that the feet were probably the hardest part, I would say about half. Plus or minus a little bit. I really want to raid right now in RS, but I'm gonna force myself to do a little drawing. I really want to keep my skills in check. Seconds. Gotta get my shit set up for that. Is this a light that I can use? Just gotta clear my space here. I have this light that I use here that gets like 1,000,000 degrees when it's on for more than like a minute, but it's such a good light. But I always end up burning myself when I reach over to turn it off. What the hell? Why is there a keyboard on my screen? That's new. I'll change the screen in 1 second. Hold on. Work is done and you're sitting on a fat Dust Devil task going on 80 Slay on the Gim. Fire, dude. Let's go. That's that good stuff. I've been on a Calfight Queen task on my main for a while. But I want 91 thieving for the shortcut. But I don't want to get 91 thieving just yet because I want to hand in all the squirks at the same time to get 99 within an hour from 85. So now I'm just grinding thieving until 99. And then once I'm done with that, then I'll do the KQ task. Where the Joey Chimney VTuber model at, by the way. The only reason I don't have it on Kotagi is because Unreal Engine is open. And if I have Unreal Engine open with any other 3D program, then stream starts to lag. But I can put that on now. I just have to close Unreal Engine. Oh, it's using a lot less memory than before. What the hell? I swear sometimes Unreal just like picks and chooses how much RAM it wants to use. Because the other day I was using like 7K and I couldn't figure out why the fuck I was using 7K megs. And I'm like, excuse me? The FPS is really bad though. Why is the FPS so bad now? Whatever. We'll figure this out later. Let me make sure everything's saved on everything, just in case anything crashes. Boom. I'm gonna do this while I open up the VTuber thing. The fat squirk drop is gonna be sick. I can't wait to do that. Let's see. Boom. We in there, we in there. There it is. We back in this hole. I'm just doing random warm-ups. SCA. There we go. That should be fun. Now this is the hard part. Coming up with something to draw. You want to see my rendition of Leg Day versus Hassan Piker one day? Oh boy. I don't know if that would be allowed in the terms of service of YouTube. If I want to render that out properly. There are not many people I dislike more than Hassan Piker. I didn't even know he was a legit informant before. I thought he was just some Twitch guy. Yeah, well... There's certain types of people, you know? There's certain types of people out there. No, I don't know his Han. Do not know him IRL. I was honestly surprised you knew about Nikon Tatagi. Not gonna lie. That shit's really funny. Damn, that shit actually ain't even coming out that bad. I'm kind of chill with this gesture at the moment. I don't know what type of clothes to give her. What clothes should I give her? He is holding a ski mask. Oh, I give her a hammer. As if fucked. Maybe it needs to be bigger. DK style. Alright, Liddy. That was a good little practice sketch. I don't think I'm gonna finish it this stream. But I like how it came out. That's actually like, I sped through that shit and it came out solid. I think if I, like, when I don't care, I'm able to do shit a little bit better. I have to do that more often. She is a little bad unless there's information I'm unaware of that would make it socially unacceptable to find her bad. All characters I draw are above the age of 18. But yeah, not too bad. I think this came out good. But yeah, I definitely need to just do that, like, you know, just do a rough sketch and think of it as a rough sketch when I'm doing gesture. Because that came out solid and quickly. Whereas the last time I did a drawing stream, I think you were there. It took me like forever to get something like super basic. I made it a rule that all the female characters I make are in their 30s. Yeah. All characters I make are Ash Ketchums, except instead of 10 years old, they're 22. That is the way. I don't understand why so many anime, like, they have to make it in high school. Like, they don't have to change the plot or the setting at all. Just say they're in college. And shit's crazy to me. And just be like, oh yeah, this is college. Okay. I think I might do a quick raid before I go to bed. 1 second. yeah, Kotagi, exactly. Dude, I've had a notification on Discord all day, and I can't find it. It says it's in my DMs, but I literally am unable to see who DM'd me. There's just a little 1 next to it. And I'm like, bruh. What is this BS? Hold on 1 sec. Everyone is gone. All my friends are gone. I guess I'll do a solo raid. Now I'm gonna get burnt by this hot ass light. Uno momento. Uno momento. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick and then I'm gonna do a quick raid. Where's the Keras? There it is. Oh, I'm not on the right spellbook. Whatever. I probably should reset because I'm not on the right spellbook, but whatever. Oh. I'm gonna let this guy explode them all. I'm gonna stab all these guys, so I might get health back. Alright, let's see what I can do here. I'm gonna try and red X, but I might fuck it up. And also... Okay. A. Web, what's going on? How you doing? Just doing a quick 300 before bed. And OSRS. Was doing some game dev stuff before. It's gonna be scary. I don't know if I'm gonna have enough restores, but we'll see what we can do. Well, there's no way I'm completing that now, so. There was an attempt. Well, good stream though. Thanks to you all for watching. I appreciate it. If there's any stragglers, I'd appreciate a sub. And I'll probably stream again tomorrow, hopefully.